Calling case number 22-0-01-H, People State of Michigan versus Emily Ruffner. Appearances, please.
Andrew Molnar on behalf of the people, PA 3773.
Good morning, Judge Francis Murphy on behalf of Ms. Ruffner, P 78213. Ms. Ruffner, please state your name for the record.
My name is Emily Annie Ruffner.
Morning, Ms. Ruffner, Ms. Murphy, and Mr. Molnar. Today is the date set for sentencing in this case. Ms. Murphy, have you had a chance to review the pre-sentence investigation report with Ms. Ruffner?
Yes, Judge.
Did you have any changes, additions, or deletions to the pre-sentence investigation report?
Just one on, it's labeled page 1 under evaluation and plan. Second paragraph, last sentence, it says defendant has no prior felony or misdemeanor convictions. She does have 2 misdemeanor traffic. Otherwise, no changes.
Ms. Ruffner, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and spell it.
My name is Emily Annie Ruffner. EMILIE and RUFFNER.
All right, do you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes,
You had a chance to review the pre-sentence investigation report with Ms. Murphy?
yes,
Do you have any changes, additions, or deletions to the pre-sentence investigation report?
no,
Do you find it to be factually accurate?
yes.
And Mr. Mulder, any issue with the pre-sentence investigation report?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anybody who wants to make an oral impact statement?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor, it is a Miss Sierra Tellez is the victim, but I don't believe she's on Zoom.
Is anybody here about that? Sierra, is there a Sierra here? See no one. Ms. Murphy, anything you want to say?
Yes, Judge, Ms. Ruffner, if you were to look at the video from this incident, it was clear that Ms. Ruffner was under the influence of drugs at the time that this incident happened. The victim in this case did indicate that her primary concern with Ms. Ruffner is that she gets treatment. And I first met Ms. Ruffner in connection with this case when she was doing inpatient treatment at Meridian. And every time I've met her, she has been sober. She successfully completed an inpatient treatment. She's now doing outpatient treatment in Oakland. She's gainfully employed at Jersey Mike's. She just received a promotion. So this was really a jolt in her life. It really wakened her up. I don't experience this with many clients who have drug problems, and she has really taken responsibility for things. That's why I believe she was given this offer in this case, which is consistent with what the victim wanted. I'm respectfully requesting that the court adopt the sentence agreement. She does have these 2 prior driving while licenses suspended convictions, but she's 43, otherwise has no criminal history.
Ms. Ruffner, anything you want to say?
Just that what Ms. Murphy said is true.
All right, with that, it's sent to the court that Ms. Ruffner be placed on probation for 3 years, subject to the following special conditions. He must not use or possess alcoholic beverages or other intoxicants. He must not enter bars or other places where the primary purpose is to serve alcoholic beverages for drinking on site, unless the field agent has first given you written permission for your employment at a specific location. He must comply with the requirements of alcohol testing as directed by the field agent. He must not attempt to submit any fraudulent or adulterated samples for testing. He must not hinder, obstruct, skip, or otherwise interfere with the testing procedures. He must present proper identification at the time of testing. He must complete the requirements of drug testing as directed by the field agent. He must not attempt to submit any fraudulent or adulterated samples for testing. He must not hinder, obstruct, skip, or otherwise interfere with the testing procedures. He must present proper identification at the time of testing. He must not use or possess any controlled substances or drug paraphernalia unless prescribed for you by a licensed physician or be with anyone you know to possess these items. You must use prescription drugs only as prescribed for you by a licensed physician. You must complete outpatient or residential substance abuse treatment when you're referred by the field agent. You must take medication as prescribed by a licensed physician. You shall undergo a mental health evaluation and undergo any recommended treatment. must complete mental health, domestic violence / battery intervention or other recommended treatment following assessment by a qualified community-based service provider. He must not engage in the assaultive, abusive, threatening, or intimidating behavior. He must not have verbal, written, electronic, physical contact without the permission of the field agent with anyone you know to have a felony record. He must not have verbal, written, electronic, physical contact with anyone you know to be engaged in any behavior that constitutes a violation of any form of law of any government. You must allow the field agent into your residence at any time for probation supervision. You must submit to a search of your person and property, including but not limited to your vehicle, residence, and computer without need of a warrant, if the field agent has reasonable cause to believe you have items that violate the conditions of your probation. You must not have verbal, written, electronic, or physical contact with Christina Tellez, either directly or through another person. You're going to pay $106 state costs, crime victims assessment, the amount of $130, pursuant to MCL 791.225A. You must pay a supervision fee of $30 per month for each month of regular supervision or $60 per month for each month of electronic monitoring supervision. You're going to pay court costs in the amount of $650. State Court Administrator's Office has determined that $1,300 is the average cost of this court of a case that proceeds through it, and it covers salaries and benefits for court personnel, goods and services necessary for the operation of the court, and necessary expenses for the operation and maintenance of court buildings and facilities. $650 is half of that amount. And you may perform 50 hours of community service in lieu of court costs. Ms. Murphy, you're appointed.
Yes.
And how many hours did he put into this case?
Oh, I did not calculate that.
More than 4?
Yes,
And if you were retained, what would your hourly rate be?
$250.
And how long have you practiced criminal law?
5 years.
Right. Understanding Ms. Murphy's education, training, and experience level of effort she's put into this case, and even if I dramatically cut her hourly rate, $400 would still be a bargain, so I'm going to $400 in attorney's fees. In terms of rehabilitation goals, they are refraining from the use of alcohol, refraining from the use of illicit narcotics, refraining from assaultive, abusive, and threatening behavior, and obtaining any necessary mental health treatment. This Ruffin, it's my duty to advise you have the right to request leave to appeal from the Court of Appeals. If you're unable to afford an attorney to prepare post-conviction motions or perfected appeals, the court will appoint an attorney for you at public expense. They'll provide that attorney with such portions of the transcript as that attorney may require to prepare post-conviction motions or perfected appeals. You're further advised if you wish to file an appeal or motion, the request for the appointment of an attorney must be made in writing and filed with the clerk of this court within 21 days of today's date. Ms. Ruffner, do you understand your appellate rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about your appellate rights?
No.
Now you've been placed on probation. As such, you may be eligible for early discharge after you finish 1/2 of your term of probation and if you've completed all required programming. If you complete all required programming, the probation department may notify the court of your eligibility for early discharge from probation. If the probation department does not notify the court of your eligibility for early discharge, and you've not violated probation in the previous 3 months, you may notify the court of your eligibility for early discharge. I provided you with some more information in writing regarding eligibility for early discharge. Have you received written notice of your appellate rights?
Yes.
Anything else, Ms. Murphy or Mr. Mulder?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Thanks, Judge. Nice to see you, Judge. All right, let me go check.
Tell you what, sure, since you are.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, how are you?
Just fine, sir. Thank you.
We ready at Greer?
I believe we're outstanding, Judge. Just so you're aware, I know you know Ms. Moses is in trial, which is why she called me to come down. Apparently, victim's mother, so we were upstairs, we were over. So
Okay,
I don't think they need to be, but, and I'll go down and talk to them.
okay,
But I will.
thanks. We have Mr. Greer, please? Or do you need the other deputy here?
Plus two for felony firearm.
Morning. Calling case number 22-5699-01-FC, People of State of Michigan versus Christopher Greer. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tricia Gerard, P43834 on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. John J. Holler on behalf of Mr. Christopher Greer, who is present. Mr. Greer, could you stand up, please? My bar number is 43344.
And sir, please state your name. Christopher Greer. Good morning, Mr. Greer, Ms. Gerard, and Mr. Fowler. Today's the date set for a pretrial. Where are we at, Mr. Howard?
Well, here's where we are. The supervising attorney that I was dealing with up until practically, I guess, this morning was one person, and Ms. Gerard has taken over the responsibilities on this case. So I'm going to ask for, and I think that she agrees with me, that another pretrial date that I can, so that I can, I guess you would say, work with her on this. And we'll keep working towards an outcome of going.
Has there been an offer?
There has been. The offer is 50 years plus 2 years mandatory for felony firearm. 50 years on the minimum.
So let's set a trial date. How many prosecution witnesses do you anticipate?
Your Honor, as the court's aware, I'm standing in for prosecutor record Eric Moses. I'm the supervisor. She is in jury trial with Judge Williams Claiborne down the hall. I didn't realize we were going to set a trial date, but give me 2 minutes. I can run down there and get her calendar. This is a 2 victim homicides, so we were talking days, and we were talking.
I know who you are.
Numerous witnesses. So, this isn't something that's gonna happen. in a couple of days or
And
weeks.
at least then, she'll know that, at least she'll know that we take.
So before we set a date, I'd really want to be able to have her calendar so that I'm not jamming her or the board up.
Okay,
I think we're gonna have to block out a couple weeks here.
all right, sure. If you want to take a minute, grab the
Sure.
calendar, pass this together momentarily.
All right, I'll be right back.
We're back on the record of People versus Christopher Lewis Greer, case number 22-5699-01-FC.
Your Honor, again for the record, Tricia Gerard with the People. I was able to talk to Ms. Moses. She indicates there'll be 12 witnesses for the People, and she said anything after April, her calendar is relatively clear at this point. So,
How many defense witnesses?
Let's say 2.
How many?
2. Let's say.
And how many days?
12 witnesses, capital case. Say at least 7 full days trial with jury selection. Mr. Holland.
That sounds right to me. September 5th, that's fine with us. Yeah, I just want to, we've got that nailed down there for September 5th, Judge. Just to stay on the record, I'm sure I can get it, but just to, and I'll be getting with Mr. Gerard, but the autopsy reports for neither of the victims seems to have a toxicology analysis with it. And they do that in every case. So I'll be wanting that for sure.
Well, then Ms. Mills, let's double check on that. Contact Mr. Holland, make sure he has everything.
Okay. And appreciate that.
And Your Honor, I explained to Mr. Holler, I've been the principal attorney supervising the DD unit for a decade now, so, I'm the one who made the offer originally on this file. He understands that now. He can continue to negotiate with me.
Okay,
We'll continue to talk, and if for some reason we have a resolution, we'll contact the court.
great. You want to set another pre-trial date?
Yes.
Can't hurt, Judge.
February 24th.
It's fine with people, Judge.
That's good.
See you on February 24th, and that'll be at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, have a great day, everybody.
Thanks.
Oh, great. Sure. Where's the church house? February 24th. Let's talk again in a second.
So good day.
Okay, good day. Your Honor, thank you.
Oh, please. You're not anywhere
It
near.
wasn't like that a couple, it wasn't like this a couple years ago.
Yeah. So.
Good morning, Donna. It's Sean from probation.
Morning.
Morning. Can you tell me if DeMarco Wardlaw has checked in today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With adjournment.
Your preference that when you have me read the witnesses, you want me to read all the names, even people who are not endorsed or not coming to trial?
Yeah, I usually do that.
Okay. Okay. 'Cause there's a lot.
There are a lot, yeah.
But I'm happy to do it, just, you know, whatever you want.
Okay.
Good morning, Judge. How are you today?
Great, how are you?
Good. I'm not sure if you're starting a trial. Is there any way we could call DeMarco Wardlaw? That's going to be an adjournment for a new case that we're tracking. I'm not sure he needs his attorney today.
Calling case number 19-7466-01-FH, People State of Michigan versus DeMarco Wardlaw. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean Callahan on behalf of the Probation Department.
Sir, please state your name.
DeMarco Wardlaw.
Good morning, Mr. Wardlaw and Ms. Callahan. Go ahead, Ms. Callahan.
Your Honor, today's the date and time set for a probation violation hearing. We are tracking a new case in Lincoln Park. The Lincoln Park District Court has ordered a competency evaluation, and we're still waiting the results of that. The next court date in 25th District Court is February 7th, 2023. I'm asking for an adjournment past the February 7th date. Mr. Wardlaw is reporting to his probation officer, and there appear to be no problems.
Alright. Why don't we set it for February 10th?
That's good, Judge. Thank you so much.
So, Mr. Wardlaw, you need to appear on February 10th at 8:30 here in this court, okay? All right, thank you. Have a great day. So who do you have? Is your client here? I got a jury trial starting. Everybody's late. Yes, we do. We're still waiting on the one? Oh, that's her. All right, we have Mr. Clemens.
Bring the jury in, where would you like my client's family to be today? In the corner? Perhaps?
Well, we have to make room for the jury.
Yeah. Don't worry, we're gonna figure it out.
Calling case number 22-000269-01-FC, People State of Michigan versus Colin Lee Clemens Jr. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Judge. Glasgow Cooper on behalf of the people, P 30857.
Good morning, Judge Knapp. Attorney Carl Jordan, number 57226, appearing on behalf of Mr. Colin Clemens, who is present as well.
Sir, please state your name.
Colin Clemens.
Good morning, Mr. Clemens, Mr. Jordan, and Ms. Cooper. Today's the date set for jury trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in terms of any preliminary issues?
The only issue that I can think of, Judge, is that we have discussed people's proposed exhibits, and I believe that there will be an agreement that we enter those in one fell swoop, so we don't have to do it as each exhibit comes in.
I may have an objection to one or two, which I'll let Madam Prosecutor know about, but, I have no objection to that, Your Honor. I just prefer with respect to the ones that I would object to.
Sure.
Oh, we can do that, of course, before, after the jury is seated and before we get rolling, we can address that.
All right, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion for sequestration?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I take you want an exception for the officer in
I do,
charge?
Judge. Thank you.
All right, any objection, Mr. Jordan?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so there'll be an order for sequestration. Anybody who may be called as a witness is not permitted to be present during the trial, either in person or on Zoom. Anybody who does testify cannot share their testimony with any person who may be testifying later on. Right, so just so everybody's aware, make sure that nobody's watching on Zoom. It was actually a problem I had in one trial a while back where an officer who was supposed to be called as a witness was watching on Zoom. So wouldn't have thought that would have happened, but since it did, I wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. All right, let's call the jury. All right.
All right, sure.
Please be seated. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Judge Don Knapp, and it is my pleasure, privilege to welcome you to the Criminal Division of the Third Circuit Court. I know that jury duty may be a new experience for some of you. Jury duty is one of the most serious duties that members of a free society are asked to perform. Our system of self-government could not exist without it. The jury is an important part of this court. The right to a jury trial is an ancient tradition and part of our heritage. The law says that both a person who is accused of a crime and the prosecution have the right to a trial not by one person, but by a jury of 12 impartial persons. Jurors must be as free as humanly possible from bias, prejudice, or sympathy for either side. Each side in a trial is entitled to jurors who keep open minds until the time comes to decide the case. The trial begins with jury selection. The purpose of this process is to obtain information about you that will help us choose a fair and impartial jury to hear this case. During jury selection, the lawyers and I will ask you questions. This is called the voir dire. The questions are meant to find out if you know anything about the case. Also, we need to find out if you have any opinions or personal experiences that might influence you for or against the prosecution, the defendant, or any witnesses. One or more of these things could cause you to be excused in this particular case, even though you may be otherwise qualified to be a juror. The questions may probe deeply into your attitudes, beliefs, and experiences. They're not meant to be an unreasonable prying into your private life. The law requires that we obtain this information so that an impartial jury can be chosen. If you do not hear or understand a question, You should say so. If you do understand it, you should answer it truthfully and completely. Please do not hesitate to speak freely about anything you believe we should know. During jury selection, you may be excused from serving on the jury in one of two ways. First, I may excuse you for cause. That is, I may decide that there is a valid reason why you cannot or should not serve in this case. Or a lawyer from one side or the other may excuse you without giving any reason for doing so. This is called a peremptory challenge. The law gives each side the right to excuse a certain number of jurors in this way. If you're excused, you should not feel bad or take it personally. As I explained before, there simply may be something that causes you to be excused from this particular case. I will now ask you to stand to swear to answer truthfully, fully, and honestly all the questions you will be asked about your qualifications to serve as a juror in this case. If you have religious beliefs against taking an oath, you may affirm that you will answer all the questions truthfully, fully, and honestly. Gentlemen, please remove your hats. Everybody, please stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully and completely answer questions about your qualifications to serve as jurors in this case?
Yes. I'd like to introduce now some members of my staff. The person just administered the oath is my clerk, Donna Kudlowski. We also have Corporal Michael Stafford. We have Deputy Kim Baker, sorry. You also see my research attorney coming in and out, David Fox. This is a criminal case involving the charges of first-degree premeditated murder, assault with intent to murder, and 2 counts of felony firearm. These charges have been made against the defendant, who is Colin Clemens Jr. The defendant's lawyer is Carl Jordan. Mr. Jordan, if you could stand and introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, prospective jurors. My name is Carl Jordan. I have the honor and privilege of representing Mr. Colin Clemens. This is Mr. Clemens. Thank you, Your Honor.
Witnesses who may be called in this case are Jermaine Baldwin, Sincere Sewell, Lachlan Sung, MD, Sean Mills, Ayana Phillips, Terrell Hunter, Dion Plummer, Justine Edwards, Antoine Newman, Randy Fisher, Raylan Barnes, Police Officer Raymond Chandler, Police Officer Paul Sweppy, Police Officer Ian Marchand, Police Officer Sean Schultz, Police Officer Stephen Scott, Corporal Kimberly Wilson, Sergeant Lauren Snyder, Corporal Dante Borum, Police Officer Ian Corbett Jr., Police Officer Alexander Gunther, Police Officer Cameron Gastetter, Police Officer Frank Santa, Lieutenant Brandon Cole, Police Officer Ryan Smith, Police Officer Stephen Miller, Police Officer Ali Bilal, Police Officer Lucretia Parker, Police Officer Christopher Thressen, EMT Brendan Garrett, EMT Brian J. Moore, EMT Robert Hamilton, EMT Jasmine Day, Nicole Williams, Alonzo Williams, Christopher Graham, Patricia Mosley, Alonzo Taylor Hatchett, Shalunda Hayes, Sergeant Eric Peterson, Lieutenant William DeKiko, Police Officer Christopher Young, Police Officer Marcellus Inman, Sergeant William Howitt, Sergeant Murch Snyder, Sergeant Larry Davis, Police Officer Daniel Sharkey, Corporal Jonathan Bibbs, Police Officer Cody Dalton, Corporal Andre Rupert, Police Officer Kevin Schaefer, Corporal Sean Stallard, Police Officer Austin Reimars, Police Officer Demetri Wade, Sergeant Elijah Hayes, Police Officer Casey York, Police Officer Demetrius Patillo, Police Officer Yusef Alzine, Captain Robert Mitchell, Corporal Nicholas Medrano, Corporal Juan Serrato, Field Technician Charlene Shepard, Field Technician Madison Littman, Detective Antonio Carlisi, Detective Sarah Markle, Sergeant Robert Wellman, Sergeant Matthew Natick, Sergeant Eugene Bomber, Sergeant Marcus Ways, Sergeant Javaris Reed, Sergeant Matthew Bray, Detective Jelani Dew, Detective Mohammed Salam, Christopher Magnan, Detective Brad Comer. I realize that's a long list. Please don't worry, not everybody's going to be called in this case. It's not going to be a 2-month trial. All right. If you're called into the jury box, and you recognize any of those names, please let us know. Mrs. Penelowski, if you could please.
Judge, before we do that, can I introduce?
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's all right, that's all right.
The lawyer for the state of Michigan is Wayne County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Leslie Cooper. Ms. Cooper, if you can stand, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leslie Cooper. I'm the prosecutor in this case. And sitting next to me is Detective Brad Comer. He's the officer in charge of this case.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Julie Ann Moody, last name spelled Moody. Can you kindly take juror seat number 1? Rosalie Krikorian, last name spelled Krikorian. Can you kindly take juror seat number 2? Cameron Wayne Pugh, last name spelled P-E-W. Can you kindly take juror seat number 3? Susanna Margaret Kuhn, last name spelled K-U-H-N. Will you kindly take juror seat number 4? Tyree Quante Rayford, last name spelled R-A-Y-F-O-R-D. Will you kindly take juror seat number 5? Cheryl Roylane Green, last name spelled G-R-E-E-N. Will you kindly take juror seat number 6? Charlie Kennedy, last name spelled K-E-N-N-E-D-Y. Will you kindly take juror seat number 7? Robert Allen Strom, last name spelled S-T-R-O-M. Will you kindly take juror seat number 8? Michael Joseph Tehovnik, last name spelled T-E-H-O-V as in Victor, N-I-K. Will you kindly take juror seat number 9? Christopher Alex Robles Ayala, last name spelled A-Y-A-L-A. Jennifer Eagle, last name spelled E-A-G-L-E. We kind of take juror seat number 11. Eagle, E-A-G-L-E. Melissa Rose Price, last name spelled P-R-I-C-E. Will you kindly take juror seat number 12? Leo Peter Wall, last name spelled W-A-L-L. Will you kindly take juror seat number 13? Brian Chester Kosakowski, last name spelled Kosakowski. Will you kindly take juror seat number 14?
Morning, everyone. Did anybody recognize any of the names that were called so far?
Judge, I believe Detective, I think it's Matt Ganatic was on your list.
Okay,
He and we hung out with friends 25 years ago.
so you haven't seen him in the last 25 years?
No.
Okay. Does that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No, Judge.
You expect he'll be a witness?
No, I don't expect you to testify.
We think this trial is going to last for about 2.5 to 3 days. If any of you believe that the length of the trial will be a real hardship for you, please let me know. Now, when I say hardship, I don't mean inconvenience. I mean hardship. I realize you all have jobs, school, other responsibilities, but a hardship is just that. It's something that would cause much more of an extreme inconvenience or hardship that just about anybody else wouldn't have. Anybody believe they have a hardship? Some of you may have health problems that would prevent you from serving on a jury. For example, does anyone have a medical problem that makes you unable to sit for 2 or 3 hours at a time? Ms. Green?
Yeah. Well, I'm taking antibiotics for a bladder infection right now. I might be up and.
All right. Well, we're gonna take breaks. I need to take breaks, and that means everybody else gets to take a break. So if we take a break like every couple hours, does that work for you? I'm sorry?
I hope so.
Okay. Does anyone have a sight or hearing problem? Seeing no hands. This is a criminal case. The paper used to charge the defendant with the crime is called an information. The information in this case charges the defendant, Colin Clemens, with the crimes of first-degree premeditated murder, assault with intent to murder, and 2 counts of felony firearm, and reads as follows. Count 1, it is alleged the defendant did deliberately with intent to kill and premeditation kill and murder one Andre Sewell, contrary to MCL 750.316. Count 2, assault with intent to murder. It's alleged that the defendant did make an assault upon Terrell Hunter with intent to commit the crime of murder, contrary to MCL 750.83. Count 3, felony firearm. It's alleged that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to wit, a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit a felony, to wit, murder in the first degree, contrary to MCL 750.227B. Count 4, felony firearm. It's alleged that the defendant did carry or have in his possession a firearm, to a pistol, at the time he committed or attempted to commit a felony, to wit, assault with intent to murder, contrary to MCL 750.227B. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to these charges. You should clearly understand that the information I have just read is not evidence. And information is read in every criminal trial so that the defendant and jury can hear the charges. You must not think it is evidence of his guilt or that he must be guilty because he has been charged. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. We're now going to begin with the voir dire process. So I'll begin by asking each of you a series of questions, then Ms. Cooper and Mr. Jordan will also be allowed to ask questions. Please pay attention to the questions, especially those of you in the gallery. It's very likely that some people have been initially selected will be excused for one reason or another. And if I have to repeat the questions all over again each time, it drags the process out. We want to keep the process moving. We'll start with lucky juror number 1. Well, to ask you, what I'd like to know is your marital status. If you're okay, your marital status, if you're married, what you do for a living, what your spouse does for a living, if you have any kids, and your highest level of education. Okay.
Single. I am a teacher, middle school teacher, and I have 3 children.
Highest level of education.
Bachelor's.
Okay. In education?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Corian?
Hi. I'm married. I'm a stay-at-home mom. My husband's a physician. I have 3 children, and I have a bachelor's degree.
In what area?
I got a bachelor's degree as a legal assistant.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Pugh?
Single. I'm a safety technician for Ford, and my highest degree is a high school diploma.
And no kids? Okay. Ms. Koo?
I'm single. I am a project manager for Granite Marble Company. I have a bachelor's degree in fashion merchandising.
I think that's a no kids.
No.
Okay. Mr. Rayford?
I'm single. I'm a college student at Wayne State. The highest level of education is high school diploma, and no kids.
Okay. Right. And do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I have a part-time job at the airport.
Sorry, I didn't.
At the airport.
Thank you.
Ms. Green?
Yes, I'm married, retired, 12th grade education, and 2 sons.
All right. And what did you do before you retired?
I retired from Chrysler.
All right. And what did your spouse do?
He's retired from Ford.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kennedy?
Married, 4 kids, working for a motor company. My wife owns her own business, cleaning business.
How far did you go in school?
12th grade.
Mr. Strong?
Married, high school diploma, 2 years technical school. I work at Ford Motor Company.
And what do you do there?
I'm a production team leader, production.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tahovnik, I was just going to say that.
Married, no children. Wife is a food and beverage manager, retired. I semi-retired, part-time work at food service in school district.
And how far did you go to school?
Associate's degree, college.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ayala?
I'm single. I have no kids. My job is like doing balancer and stuff. And
I'm sorry, doing what?
Balancer. I work at my job.
Okay.
Yeah. My high school education is 12.
All right. Ms. Eagle?
Yes, I'm married. I'm retired. My spouse is retired. No children for me, and I went through the 12th grade.
And what did you do before you retired?
Insurance biller.
And what did your spouse do?
He was the quality control at Ford Warner, taking parts for Ford Warner.
Okay. Ms. Price?
I'm single. I work as a commercial realtor and as a IT software salesperson. I am no kids and associates.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I needed the last.
Associate's degree?
Thank you.
In IT.
Thank you. Mr. Wall.
I'm married, 2 children. I'm a special project manager for an environmental consulting firm. My wife is currently working on a merger with the local credit union. She works at the credit union. Education's high school.
And Mr. Kozakowski, I'm sorry.
Yes, Judge. I'm a project manager for ADT Commercial. I have 2 children. My wife is an administrative assistant at a steel brokerage company, and I have a bachelor.
Have any of you ever served on a jury before? Okay. What I want to know is, was it a criminal case or a civil case? Did you reach a verdict, and were you the foreperson? If you reached a verdict, I don't want to know what the verdict was, just whether or not you reached a verdict. Mr. Straub?
I was not the floor person. We did reach they settled. We brought in a verdict, and before they read the verdict, they settled. It was,
So it must have been a civil case.
Civil case, yes.
All right. All right. Mr. Kozakowski?
Yes, sir. I served on 2 juries. Both were criminal. Both reached verdicts, and I was not the chairperson in either trial.
Okay. Anybody else raise their hand? Ms. Eagle?
Was civil and, I wasn't the foreperson.
Did you reach a verdict?
Yes.
Right. Anybody I missed? Do you have any of you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement? Ms. Eagle?
I have through my marriage, a husband, who's a Monroe cop.
All right. And you talk to that person much about their work?
No.
Would that relationship affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
I guess not.
But do you have any reason to believe it would?
So.
Okay. Mr. Pugh?
We couldn't hear. Who did you say was a Monroe cop?
John Gillens.
What's his relationship to you?
It was like through marriage is like a niece's husband.
Okay. Mr. Pugh?
I have a brother-in-law who's a Detroit police officer.
All right. Do you recognize any of the names that were called? And with that, you talk to that person much about their work?
Occasionally.
Would that relationship affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Ms. Moody?
My brother is a retired Wayne County police officer.
Worked in the sheriff's department? Did you talk to him much about his work? And would that relationship affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Anybody else? Mr. Wall?
My grandfather was the Dearborn police officer.
All right. And did you talk to him much about his work?
No.
And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime? Ms. Krikorian?
My father was hit by a drunk driver, and he owned a store, and somebody hit him over the head and robbed the store.
Right. Sorry to hear that. Were you a witness in that case?
No.
And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Anybody else I missed? Have you ever been convicted of a crime? So I'm not talking about, speeding tickets, traffic tickets, that sort of thing, but a misdemeanor or a felony. Bill?
DUI many years ago.
All right. And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? You think you were treated fairly in that case? Anybody else? Mr. Duhovnik?
Same DUI,
All right. How long ago was that?
4 years ago.
And what jurisdiction?
Dearborn Heights.
All right. And do you think you were treated fairly in that case?
Yes.
That affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Anybody else I missed? Seeing no hands. Do any of you know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison? Seeing no hands. Any of you have any religious or philosophical beliefs you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case? Seeing no hands. Is there anything you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far? Seeing no sense. Ms. Cooper?
Good morning, everyone. It's my opportunity to ask you some questions. And again, as the judge mentioned, we're not trying to be intrusive in your lives, but we want to make sure that we have a jury that's fair for everyone. Fair enough? Okay. Ms. Green, I noticed you indicated that you were taking antibiotics. Are you uncomfortable now?
Yes,
Okay. Are you in pain?
no,
Okay. Is it just the discomfort from the infection?
yes.
Is that something that you think you can put aside, or is that something that's going to be on your mind as you sit here for the next day or so?
Well, it's definitely on your mind all the time, so.
Been there and done that. I know it's
Oh,
very
yeah.
hard. It's
Oh,
very
yeah.
hard to be distracted
Oh, yeah.
from that situation.
Mhm.
Okay. Mr. Rayford, you said you were a student. What are you studying?
Business.
Business?
Yes.
What's the ultimate goal?
Just to get my bachelor's in business.
I mean, you intend to have your own business?
Yeah, I intend to have my own business.
In what kind of field?
In real estate.
Have you worked in real estate?
I have not.
No. Ms. Eagle, you indicated that you had a past DUI.
Yeah.
Was there anything about your experience with the police that you felt colored your perception of police from that point forward?
No.
Okay. And likewise, Mr. DeHovnik, nothing about your previous experience leaves you with a bad feeling about police officers. In general, who here is a real fan of TV shows or movies that have to do with criminal justice system? All right, be honest. Everybody likes that stuff. Okay. And you all understand, of course, that that is fiction versus reality. Yes? Yes, everybody's nodding their heads. Yes, okay. You understand that we don't have writers. I wish we did, but we don't. We don't have retakes. We don't get to do a scene over and over again until it's perfect. Understand? And you understand that what we're dealing with here is real life, real human beings, real emotions, not fake, right? Okay. And also, one of the things I think that we've gotten used to seeing on those shows, which are great entertainment, is that especially like the CSI shows and those, there's always magic machines that give us answers to all the criminal questions that we have. There's DNA and there's ballistics and there's all that stuff. This is not that case. Okay. You understand that for thousands of years before the advent of that technology, we had criminal cases and they turned on witnesses, right? Agreed? And despite the fact that we live in 2023 and we have the advent of that technology, you understand that sometimes cases like this turn on witness testimony. Okay? Anybody feel like, well, that's a disappointment. I really want to see the DNA. I want to see tons of video. I want to see it all. Anyone? Ms. Victorian? I know that you smiled when you said that you do watch those shows. Are you going to be expecting that kind of testimony in a homicide case?
No.
Okay. And you understand that we can do this without all that stuff as long as we have witnesses. And likewise, Ms. Moody, you agree? Yeah. Okay. Anybody up there feel like it's just, we want to see more? Because occasionally we will get juries who say, well, I want to see more, but we can only give you what we can give you. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone up there who is particularly squeamish about photographs of blood? You will see photographs of a blood trail in this case. You will see ME photos of the deceased body. You will hear from the surviving witness about the injuries that he suffered, which were catastrophic. Anyone have a problem with hearing or seeing that kind of evidence? Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Coon, is that correct? And tell me what your reservations are.
I don't want to have something that I'm gonna have you thinking about or later, or I don't know, I just don't know that I would be emotionally stable enough to handle that.
Okay. Do you have any sort of emotional history in terms of needing medication or anxiety problems?
Not really that big.
Is there an anxiety problem that you feel that you have? That can be triggered by such evidence, or?
I don't know. Like, you mean as an actual like term, like medical thing?
I mean, in your experience, in your life.
I never, I guess, been in a situation where I've looked at stuff like that.
Are you one of those folks that enjoys watching those kinds of TV shows?
Not really.
Okay. Is that something you actively avoid because it offends you or it upsets you?
Like if stuff is on the news like that, I'm not gonna look at it. I would go to something that.
Okay. So you really do have an aversion to seeing
Yeah, it
crime
seems the
scene.
more you look at that stuff, the more it's, I don't know, brought into your life.
I understand, and I understand needing the need for boundaries
Yeah.
because in my work, I see a lot of that stuff, and it is difficult. I understand that. Do you think you can tolerate it for purposes of this trial? You will see some photographs. You will see, like I said, a little bit of blood. This is not essentially a terribly gory case or anything of that nature. You will see the covered body of the victim in the street. You will see the autopsy photos of the person, where you will see the gunshot entrance and exit wound. Is that something that you can look at, or you think it's just too much and it's just going to be too much for you? Because there's other juries.
I would probably rather not be on the murder trial.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Anybody else feel that way? Please let us know now. It's fair. Ms. Eagle?
Yes, I don't like that either, with the, board.
Like I said, not a lot of gore, but there will be some blood that you will see. Is that something you can tolerate or something you cannot tolerate?
Well, I prefer not to, but, you know.
I can't, you have to speak up.
I said I prefer not to, but I have to, you know.
What kind of a reaction do you think you'd have if you see a picture of some blood spots?
Kind of nauseous.
No, not by my standards.
No,
but-
I mean, I might get nauseous.
Oh, you might get nauseous. Okay, okay. Anybody else who raised their hand? Ms. Green?
Yeah, I avoid those CSI, all that murder stuff. I don't like it, 'cause like you say, it triggers, you know, like you trying to sleep or something like that. You know, your mind go back and say, oh man, you know, it comes back to you, you know. So yeah, it's kind of hard taking all that sometimes, you know.
Okay,
But, you know,
and I guess I'm trying to find out if you can put aside your natural aversion to such a thing and put it aside for purposes of this trial, which will only be a couple of days here in this courtroom where you will see some photographs.
Well, if I have to, I just have to.
Okay. But it's fair. If you say that it's really going to upset you, we need to know that now.
Oh yeah, you know, I don't like murder.
Okay. Well, nobody does. You agree, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like anybody like murder. We don't. And as a society, we don't. But we do have to deal with the consequences of such a thing. And that's why we're here, right? Do you think that you can pay attention and help us resolve this case?
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else raise their hand? Anybody else, or is there anyone on the jury who has English as a second language? Everybody can speak English and understands what we've spoken about so far? Yes? Okay, thank you. You heard the judge briefly go over some of the basic concepts in criminal law. One of those is reasonable doubt. People have heard that term before, yes? Yes, Mr. Rayford, you've heard that term before. What does that mean to you?
Reasonable doubt. I can't give you a definition. I'd like you to.
Okay, it's a doubt based on reason. Okay, so it doesn't mean that there can be not fanciful doubts or what if kind of doubts. It's about having a doubt grounded in reason. Do you all feel that you agree that that's a reasonable concept? And that's something you can apply in a case when you're making a decision, because you are going to be the deciders of the fact. You are the judges of the facts in this case. Nobody else is, just you. So you have to apply those principles when you go in the jury room to make a deliberation. Everybody feel they can do that? Yes? Okay, everybody see people nodding their heads. Anybody heard the concept of presumption of innocence? You've heard that concept before? And Mr. I'm not going to mess this up. Kozakowski,
You got it right.
what does it mean to have a presumption of innocence?
He's, the defendant's innocent until proven guilty
Okay,
beyond a reasonable doubt.
okay. All those concepts kind of get squished together, don't they? They work in tandem with each other.
Yes.
And do you have any quarrel with those basic concepts?
No.
Okay. They are the basic foundation of our criminal justice system. And you feel that you can apply those principles to the facts in this case.
Yes.
If at the end of this case, I've proven to you that this defendant committed first-degree murder, will you have any hesitation in convicting?
No, if you've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, then no.
Okay. And you've heard the burden of proof state. You've heard burden of proof, correct? Mr. Wall, what does burden of proof mean?
Your responsibility.
Everything that I say that he's charged with, right? It's
That's it.
my responsibility. Doesn't ever shift to him. It's with me.
Right.
Stays with me the whole time.
Yes.
Anybody think that's too hard a burden that the prosecution should have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt? No, it's reasonable, right? It's a reasonable thing to expect in our criminal justice system. Anybody have a quarrel with those basic principles? No? When we were talking about reasonable doubt and what's reasonable, everybody knows there's a big lottery tomorrow, right? For over $1 billion. And everybody wants to buy a ticket. But my question is, just because the possibility exists that you might win that lotto, anybody gone out and bought that Lamborghini? Anybody bought that villa in the south of France? No, right? And the reason why we don't do things like that, Mr. Strom, is what?
Because we ain't got the money in the bank yet.
Right. It's a
The deal
possibility.
ain't done.
The deal ain't
There's
done,
still a
exactly.
chance that it ain't gonna happen. A real
Right.
good chance that it's
Right.
not gonna happen.
Right, but we can dream about it, but it may not be something that actually comes true.
That's correct.
Right. So you would have some doubts based upon
Absolutely.
reason
Absolutely.
that would ever be the case.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm guessing you would never change your life just because of the possibility of something like that.
That's correct.
Yeah, no more. The reality is that we have a young black man on trial for killing another black man and wounding seriously another black man. Is there anyone who is in the current climate and the state of being in our country opposed to the police just on general principles? Anybody? Anybody who has been paying attention to current events in our country knows that there have been protests and there have been counter protests as a result of people objecting to police activity. Correct, Mr. Rayford? You've heard of that?
Yeah.
Were you part of any of those protests?
I was not.
Okay. Is there anything about the nature of this case involving young African-American people that would be particularly offensive to you?
No.
How about you, Ms. Green? No? You have to say out loud so we can hear you.
Oh,
Okay. You can set aside whatever feelings you may have, any of you on this jury who have any feelings about the current climate, the current history, because we're not here to solve society's problems. We're only here because of one particular incident. Yes? Is anyone here familiar with August Street in Detroit? No, never heard that street before? If you hear from the judge some version of what your instructions are and you say, oh, well, I never heard that before and I don't agree with it, can you set aside whatever it is that you're feeling and follow the law as the judge gives it to you? Yes? Anybody, any problem or think that that might be a real conflict for you if you hear something that's different from what you think you may have already heard or know? No? Everybody saying no? Shake your heads. Okay. No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Jordan?
Thank you. Respected jurors, I will have to go over some things that Madam Prosecutor may have addressed, but please understand that I'm doing my job and I have to do that. Madam Prosecutor talked about beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's talk about that briefly. When I came into the building this morning, fortunately, I didn't have to wear a mask. We've had to wear a mask coming into Frank Murphy. But it's been a while since I actually have had to come into this building on a daily basis. But when I used to come here often, sometimes they would just wave me right through because they recognized me. And I started thinking to myself, obviously they see me here often enough, but when you see someone in a suit, maybe that's the reason why when I go to various courthouses, they just wave me through. I'm in a suit. Sometimes I have a briefcase. Is there anyone here that would say someone coming into a courthouse wearing a suit and a tie, it's been proven that that person is a lawyer beyond a reasonable doubt? Anyone who would feel that comfortable? Of course not, because we have other people that wear suits who might be on trial or they might be helping out in a case. Now, what about if a person is wearing a suit and they do have one of those clunky briefcases that lawyers are known to wear or have with us? Would anyone at that point say, okay, that person is definitely a lawyer? No. Well, if you see the briefcase, at that point, what would be the hesitation? I'll ask you, Ms. Eagle, what would be the hesitation? Somebody comes into a courthouse, dressed similarly to how I'm dressed, suit and a tie, and they have one of those briefcases. Why wouldn't you say, yeah, that person's a lawyer?
Carrying it for another reason.
Okay, could be carrying it for a lawyer, could be carrying it for another reason. Maybe that person's not a lawyer at all. Maybe that person's paralegal, correct? Now, what if the person is standing in front of a judge, like Judge Knapp, in front of a jury, and they're talking to the jurors like I am? Would you say, okay, yeah, it's been proven that that person's a lawyer beyond a reasonable doubt? Most people feel that way. Okay. And I'm glad that you said that, Mr. Is it Strong?
Yes.
Because you said sure. Now, there have been cases where people have committed frauds on the court and they have not really been lawyers, but that's been so few and far in between that I don't think anyone would say it's reasonable to believe that somebody would be doing that. So beyond a reasonable doubt, everyone understands that concept and everyone understands that Madam Prosecutor has the burden to prove this case by that standard, correct? Now let's talk about burden of proof. I will tell you a story, true story. I was in the hallway of a courthouse, which I think was in Oakland County, and I was speaking to a client of mine, and I told her, I said, honey, I cannot be with you tonight. I have to spend some time with my family. My sister-in-law, who actually is a lawyer as well, heard me. She walked by and she heard me saying, honey, I can't be with you tonight. I have to be with my family. When I got home, my wife said, do you have something to tell me? Do you think that it would have been okay for me to tell her I don't have to prove anything to you? You've got the burden of proof? No, I wouldn't be married probably. I explained to her that honey was actually my client's name. Everything is fine. But my point to you is that I want you to understand in this courtroom, in this courthouse, things don't always go as they would in the outside world. Well, they won't go as they do in the outside world. Here, Madam Prosecutor not only has the burden of proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt, but she has the burden of proving the case. Mr. Clemens doesn't have to put on any evidence. He doesn't have to have me ask any questions. And guess what? He's still presumed innocent unless and until Madam Prosecutor convinces you otherwise. Does everyone understand that? Now, you already know that this is a murder case, and it's a murder case involving firearm, not a knife, not a machete. As Madam Prosecutor said, with the times that we're in, many people have strong feelings about guns. Is there anyone here who's going to hold it against Mr. Clemens if you find out that he had a gun? I'm not talking about the murder, but simply the fact that he had a gun in his possession. Is there anyone here that's going to say he's a bad guy and he must have done something wrong? Oh, this is always a fun topic for me to bring up. Because I always have to find a way to bring it up without offending you. I've got a daughter who's gonna be going to school next year. She's gonna be going to school on the East Coast. And I told her, when I went to school on the East Coast, watch out for those New Yorkers. I almost said it like, because they can be some pretty arrogant people. They think that that whole world revolves around that island of Manhattan. My point in saying this is, if somebody were to be accused of a crime and I was on a jury, the person was from New York, I would still give that person a fair trial, in spite of the fact that I might have some thoughts or experiences of New Yorkers. Is there anyone here, knowing that Mr. Clemens is an African-American man, is there anyone here that feels like they could not give him a fair trial? And before anyone shakes their head no, please understand, I have had jurors before that have said yes, there's nothing wrong with that. We just want to make sure that Mr. Clemens receives a fair trial. So is there anyone here, perhaps because of a negative experience or something that's happened to them, would not be able to give Mr. Collins a fair trial because of his race? Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, may we approach for a moment?
Sure. Okay. Any challenges for cause, Ms. Cooper?
Pass for cause, Judge.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Right, peremptory challenges, Ms. Cooper?
Yes, I would thank and excuse the juror in seat number 4, Ms. Coons.
Any others? You can exercise more than one if you wish.
Not at this moment, Judge.
And please return down to the jury assembly room. Mr. Jordan? Any peremptory challenges? You can exercise more than one if you wish.
Your Honor, we would like to thank and excuse juror in seat number 6.
Right, Ms. Green, please return down to the jury assembly room. You may be called in another case. Ms. Kowalski, if you can,
Michael E. Brogan. Last name spelled Brogan. Will you kindly take juror seat number 4? Brent Walter Peacock. Last name spelled Peacock. Will you kindly take juror seat number 6?
Morning, Mr. Brogan. If you could please tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am single, no kids. I do software development for a healthcare company, and I have a bachelor's in computer science.
And Mr. Peacock?
Widowed,
2 kids. Technician, 2 years of technical school,
Okay, what kind of technician?
electronics.
All right. Have either of you ever served on a jury before? Mr. Brogan?
Yep, it was a civil case. We did deliver a verdict, and I was the foreman.
Okay, just, you ever served on a jury before, Mr. Peacock?
Yes, I have. Many years ago, I believe it was a criminal case. We did come to a verdict.
And were you the foreperson? Either of you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement? Okay. Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime? Have you ever been convicted of a crime? You know anybody's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison?
I had a brother-in-law that was minor problems.
Okay, what kind of problems, if you recall? Was it like a drunk driving or possession of
I believe it.
marijuana?
No, it was a drunk driving situation.
All right, and were you a witness in that case? And based upon what you know, do you think he was treated fairly? Or would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case? Is there anything you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far? Of all the questions that were asked by Ms. Cooper and Mr. Jordan, are there answers that you would give that will be different than just about everybody else? Mr. Jordan?
Questions of these witnesses, Your Honor?
Yeah, just those two.
I do not think.
Ms. Cooper?
Mr. Brogan, I think you said that you work as a software.
Yeah,
Engineer?
I write software for moving patient data around.
Okay, so is that in a hospital or related to a hospital?
I work for the top level organization and not in a hospital.
Okay, so you don't have any contact with the patient charts?
No, I don't do clinician level stuff, so I don't come into contact with patients.
So you're far removed from all of that?
Yeah, I'm just IT guy.
Okay, okay. Well, we always need more of those. And likewise, Mr. Peacock, you are an electronics technician, is that right?
Mobile.
And do you work for a company?
This current time, Johnson Controls.
Okay, all right. So, so your work and your history have never brought you in contact with the police per se, correct? Okay, and likewise, Mr. Brogan, no police contact. Neither one of you have any overriding biases regarding police or regarding the city of Detroit or regarding shootings? Do you have some strong feelings about that?
No.
No? You? Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Thanks.
Any challenges for cause? Mr. Jordan?
Pass for cause, Your Honor.
Ms. Cooper?
Pass for conjure.
Any peremptory challenges? Mr. Jordan?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Clemens, we'd like to thank you, jury seat number 3, Mr. Pugh.
Turn out of the jury assembly room. Ms. Cooper?
We would like to thank and excuse the juror in seat number 11, Ms. Eagle.
Return now to the jury assembly room.
Cheryl D. Kowalski, last name spelled K-O-V as in Victor, A-L-S-K-I. Will you kindly take juror seat number 3? Ricardo Eugene Nelson, last name spelled N as in Nancy, E-L-S-O-N as in Nancy. Will you kindly take juror seat number 11?
Morning, Ms. Kowalski. Could you please tell us a little bit about yourself?
I'm married. We have one son. I'm a physician and my husband is a news reporter. My highest degree is postdoctoral.
And what sort of medicine do you practice?
Oncology and hematology.
And let's see, Mr. Nelson.
You said Ricardo E. Nelson.
Right.
Divorced, one son. I do weld instruct at a welding plant and a high school diploma. You said about hardship. I got a Zoom court date tomorrow at 8:30. So I don't know if that's the hardship or not.
Okay. And what jurisdiction?
I have to check my phone.
What kind of case is it?
It's just a simple case. Records driving.
Okay. And what community?
Wayne.
City of Wayne?
Yeah. No, it's Detroit. But I got arrested in Detroit.
So it happened here in the city?
Yeah.
Okay. Have either of you ever served on a jury before? Any of you have any close friends or family members or attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement? Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime? Ms. Kowalski?
First stolen,
How long ago was that?
15 years maybe.
Okay. And this is not that type of case, understanding that unfortunate circumstance. Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No, it will
Okay.
not affect.
All right, Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, home invasion, murder. But that was like 20.
You must have been pretty darn young.
Yeah.
All right. And was your brother killed?
Yes.
All right, sorry to hear about that. Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Have either of you ever been convicted of a crime? Anybody, do you know of anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison? Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case? And anything you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far? All the questions asked so far, would you have answered them any differently than just about everybody else? Ms. Cooper?
Yes, Ms. Kowalski, you said you are a physician, or doctor, I'm sorry, I should say Dr. Kowalski. You are a physician in oncology and hematology. Have you ever worked in ER or dealt with gunshot wounds? Okay, it's never been your, you have, you on a rotation even, did you have to do that? Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
a surgeon here, but I never saw the job.
Okay, so this would be something new to you. And Mr. Nelson, you indicated that unfortunately your family suffered a loss many years ago.
Yes.
Was anyone ever charged and prosecuted for that offense? Did you have strong feelings about that because someone was not caught and prosecuted?
No.
Did that leave consequences for your family? The whole event and the consequences of that event?
My mother, yes.
Okay, and how old were you if I can ask?
5.
You were very young. Do you, as you sit here now, think it was because you were so young that you didn't get terribly affected by it?
No, I wouldn't say that. It's just getting older. As you're getting older, you start realizing what actually happened. You know, just something missing.
You have to speak up a little bit louder.
Just that hole that's missing from your family.
How old was your brother at the time of his death?
16.
So he was a teenager?
Yes.
Did you just happen to be the only one home when the
Yes,
whole
he
thing
was
happened?
on home. He went to the grocery store at that time. It's gone maybe a couple hours.
And as you've grown up and as you've been part of the world as an African-American man, have you developed some strong feelings about the police and crime in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And what kind of feelings do you have about that?
More of a just, I don't bother you, just don't bother me. type deal. So when I see police, I just kind of, do what I'm supposed to do, avoid as much as possible.
Do you have strong feelings that the police are out to get African-American men?
Some.
Okay. And even if I'm able to prove to you that in this case, the investigators followed the leads, followed the information that they had, followed the information from eyewitnesses, all of whom happen to be African-American, by the way. Do you think that you would be less likely to believe the prosecution's case merely because of your history with?
No, if the evidence proves it, and we reached that certain verdict.
Okay. And you don't have any hesitation about that?
No.
Even though you'll be judging someone, a young African-American male, just like yourself?
Your Honor, I'm going to object only at this point. I believe he's answered the question adequately. I know Madam Prosecutor wants to get to the crux of it, but I think that's what you've done. So,
All right, overall.
Can you answer that question for me? Is there anything about your experience? You're a young African-American male. There's obviously a defendant on trial who's of the same general category. Is there anything about that that's going to give you any hesitation if I'm able to prove the facts to you that would prevent you from finding him guilty of a crime?
No.
And Dr. Kowalski, did you tell me that what your husband did for a living?
He's a news reporter.
A news reporter. Is that on television or radio?
Radio.
And I'm sure he's reported on crime before, no?
Years ago, he's just automotive.
I see. So he's not reporting on actual day-to-day crime in the city of Detroit.
Not for at least 18 years.
Oh, long time. When he did do that kind of reporting, was that something you discussed with him?
Very little.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Jordan?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no questions of these prospective judges.
Any challenges for cause?
No, Judge.
That's the cause.
Peremptory challenges?
Can you give me 1 second?
Sure.
Yes, Judge. The people will thank and excuse juror in seat number 5, Mr. Rayford.
We've returned on to the jury assembly room. Any others?
No, Judge.
Mr. Jordan?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Clemens, I'd like to thank the excused juror in seat number 3, everything down to the wall.
Returned on to the jury assembly room. All right, now before we fill those seats, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. You can go use the bathrooms in the hallway. Please be back in 10 minutes. Please remember where you're seated. Everybody in the gallery, please return as we continue.
Okay, good. Yeah, we can touch that. In that room? Oh my God. Judge, do you know what hours you want to run today?
We'll stop at 3:30. I got a meeting at 3:30.
How long do you take lunch?
So, 1 hour. Ready and polls in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Polson in the back? Wouldn't be right. Is Mr. Polson here?
He's not. I was going to request that his presence be waived. I do have a reason as well.
Mr. Mullen, are you there? Mr. Mueller?
I'm here, Judge. One second, sorry.
Calling case number 22-7458, 01-FH, People State of Michigan versus Eric Joseph Polson. Appearances, please.
Andrew Molnar on behalf of the people, P83773.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Kashaba Kirkland on behalf of Mr. Polson, P84015.
And Mr. Polson is not present.
Yes, Your Honor. I asked that. I'm sorry. I asked that.
iPhone, could you please identify yourself and indicate what case you're with? First identified as iPhone. Please unmute yourself. Okay. Yeah, they hung up. Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Kirkland.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was gonna ask if his presence could be waived. There was a medical issue and I can give details if you like, but he is at Cope in Livonia, where he does a partial hospital program in New Oakland. Family Centers in Livonia, there was a suicide attempt a week ago, so the hospital released him only to those programs where he is going through intensive therapy. And they're working on changing his meds and working through some mental health issues. I spoke with him and I spoke with his mom, and he's not able to be here because he is in treatment right now. So I'd ask for us to set dates. They're okay with us setting dates if we're able to set dates, and hopefully he'll be out by final conference date.
All right. Mr. Molnar, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor, after hearing that.
All right, fair enough. Ordinarily, I would require everybody to be here, but it sounds like we have some extenuating circumstances. Ms. Kirkland, do you anticipate filing any motions?
Possibly, Your Honor. So I would like a motion deadline.
What kind of motion?
We're considering a motion to suppress.
Why don't we set this for a final conference on February 17th?
February 17th, yes, Judge.
That works for me as well.
Set this for February 17th. And it'll be at 8:30 a.m. in person.
Okay. And I just have one other request. The discovery makes mention of an interrogation where a lot of statements were taken, and I don't have that video. I did request it in the district court, but was never sent it. So, Mr. Molnar, if you could give me the interrogation video.
Okay. I will contact the officer in charge.
Thank you.
Do you think this case is likely resolvable or?
It's likely resolvable.
See you back on February 17th. Then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, Ms. Haber?
I saw the court was on a break. It looked like I was gonna finish with the first trial that I have later this month.
Okay.
I didn't know if you were time.
It's never a great time, but that's all right.
I think it's gonna be yours. It's a case in front of Judge Cox that he just texted me for I don't even talk with you. For January 23rd, but the wishes have already indicated that he's refusing to appear.
I don't see anything here which says the reason.
So I've never looked at them in the past. I've had some good discussing off record coming out of the record. I I'm not really, if it's your preference to put my reasoning in, I can find a place to write it in.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just so that,
Yeah, and then
this
I'll,
will probably become part of the court record.
okay,
Yeah, so just bring it back and if you want to just hand it to the clerk or something.
sure, I'm gonna help Miss Cooper with her, technology too, so I'll be back in here.
John Duff. John Duff. Can you please state what case you're associated with? John Duff. Mr. Duff, please state the case you're associated with.
Your Honor, have we heard from Miss Bellinger or Mr. White?
Mr. Milner
Has been able-
is not on the bench yet.
Okay,
He stepped away.
okay, thank you. Your Honor, have any of the other people with cases checked in, like Ms. Bellinger, Mr. White, or Mr. Zempel?
The attorney for Zempel was here
I
late,
did see him.
but he left and hasn't returned. Have everybody here like around 12:30. Otherwise, I'm gonna start issuing capiases.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
Back on the record in case number 22-000, 269-01-FE, People of the State of Michigan, FC, People of the State of Michigan versus Cullen Lee Clemens. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Judge. Elizabeth Cooper on behalf of People P 30857.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Attorney Carla Jordan, number 57226, appearing on behalf of Mr. Colin Clemens.
Sir, please state your name. Afternoon. All right, good morning, everyone. Are we ready to proceed?
Yeah, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's call them. Please be seated.
Brandon Roy Hazard, last name spelled Hazard. Will you kindly take juror seat number 3? Cody Adam Silapa, the last name spelled Sillanpaa. Will you kindly take juror seat number 5?
Good morning, Mr. Hazard. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm an airline transport pilot. I'm a captain at a regional airline. I am married. I have 1 kid, and I have a bachelor's in aviation.
All right. And Mr. Salanpa, did I say that right?
Yeah. I'm married, 3 kids. I'm a truck driver. My wife's a bankruptcy consultant, and highest level of education is high school diploma.
All right. Have either of you served on a jury before?
No.
Do you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement?
Yes.
Mr. Hazard?
My father-in-law is a police officer over in California County.
You talked too much about his work? And would that relationship affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
One of my friends is a Redford police detective. We talk once a month, but never about work.
Would that relationship affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Have either of you ever been convicted of a crime?
No.
You know anybody who's been convicted of in jail or prison?
No.
Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case?
No.
Is there anything you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far? Of all the questions asked so far by Ms. Cooper and Mr. Jordan, would you have answered any of those questions differently than just about anybody else? Mr. Jordan, I think it's your turn.
I have no questions.
Nor do I, Judge.
Right, challenges for cause?
Pass for cause, I'm sorry, pass for cause.
Yes.
Peremptory challenges?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Cooper, I'd like to give an excuse. There's sequence number 3. You're in seat number 3.
Ms. Cooper?
None at this time, Judge. Celine Marie Savak, last name spelled S as in Sam, A, B as in boy, A, K. Will you kindly take juror seat number 3?
Good morning. Is it Sabak or Sabak?
Sabak.
Sabak, okay, sorry.
You're good.
All right. Can you please tell us a little bit about yourself?
I am single. I have a bachelor's degree in finance. I currently work as an accountant.
Are you married? Any kids?
No, I'm single.
Okay. Do you have any close friends or family members or juries or judges, law enforcement, or attorneys?
No.
You ever served on a jury before?
No.
Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
No.
You know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison?
No.
Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case? Of all the questions asked by Mr. Jordan and Ms. Cooper, would you have answered any of those questions differently than just about everybody else?
No.
Is there anything you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far? Ms. Cooper?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
Is it Sabat?
Sabak.
Ms. Sabat, we as lawyers have to sometimes make judgment calls, and the judgment call I'm going to make, if you seem rather young, if you were chosen to be on this jury, you might be on this jury with people who are 10, 15, 20 years older than you. Would that intimidate you or keep you from chiming in with how you feel about the case, the facts, and things like that? Are you the kind of person that would be intimidated by older people?
No, sir. I work with people of all ages every day. So
Sounds like they might be intimidated by you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any challenges for cause?
Pass for cause, man.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass for cause.
Any peremptory challenges?
Now for the people.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Clemens, I'd like to thank and excuse jury seat number 1, Ms. Moody.
Please return down to the jury assembly room.
Atik Mohammed Al Kholi, last name spelled Alkoli. Will you kindly take juror seat number 1?
Good morning. Good, how are you? Can you please tell us a little bit about yourself?
Married, just graduation from crime school.
I'm sorry, could you please keep your voice up?
Just like graduation from a technician school, like electrical. Waiting for my license, you know, it's like you need like to study for it. Now I work like facility and maintenance for like small, like
I'm sorry?
I like work like like maintenance, like help the people with the guy you have like us.
Okay, and
I'm
how?
sorry because my like first language is Arabic, second language is English.
Okay, no problem. You seem to be doing fine.
Thank you.
Are you married?
Yes.
And do you have any kids?
No.
And how far have you gone in school?
I just like graduation from triangle school last in the city.
Okay, and again, what do you do?
Now like maintenance and facility with the small like you have a like small building, like trying me.
Okay, maintenance.
Yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
And help him like facility.
Okay.
You know, because I didn't have like a license until now.
And what does your spouse do? What does your spouse do for a living?
She live in Yemen.
Okay, all right. Have you ever served on a jury before? Have you ever served on a jury like this before?
Oh, no, this is first time.
Okay. Do you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement?
What it means?
Do you have any friends who are police officers? Do you have any friends who are lawyers? Do you know any judges? Okay. Have you or a friend or a family member ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
No, sir.
Do you know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison?
I'm based.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm based. Like I'm not, no.
Okay. Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case?
I need to understand. Can you get?
So do you have any religious beliefs? In other words, does your religion allow you to sit on a jury and
Province.
and decide these types of cases?
No. Like for religion or something like that.
Right. In other words, some people have, because of their religion, they say they can't sit in judgment of other people. Is that a problem for you?
Sorry, can we take like so? No, like for judgment.
Right. In other words, does your religion prevent you from serving as a juror? In other words, deciding whether or not the people have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, sir.
Okay. It's Mr. Jordan's turn.
Your Honor, I will say I've had an opportunity to speak to Madam Prosecutor briefly. There is going to be an agreement that someone should be struck for cause. You want me to report it now or say that would be the last juror. We both are in agreement.
That's
based on.
correct, Judge. The impediment, the English impediment, I think is a reason for, cause for Mr. Alcool.
I just wanted to save some time to bring this quick.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Please return now to the jury assembly room, okay?
Okay, you will go.
Yeah, go down to the first floor. Were you checked in today?
Yeah.
You need to go back there right now.
Oh,
All right? Have a nice day.
thank you so much. Thank you,
Yeah.
guys.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too. Carol Natalie Horn, last name spelled Horn. Will you kindly take your seat number 1?
Hello,
Good morning. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am single, no children, retired, 4-year Bachelor of Arts degree English. Brother-in-law who is a retired Detroit police officer, but we don't speak of cases very often anyway.
Okay. And what did you say you do for a living?
I was a secretary,
Okay, you retired?
retired.
Gotcha. Okay. And you served on a jury before?
There were 2. One was a civil suit, and we returned a verdict. And one was a criminal suit, also returned a verdict, and no, I was not a foreperson.
Okay. And you said you have a brother-in-law who's in law enforcement,
Retired.
retired law enforcement. Would that relationship affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No,
Anybody, either attorneys or judges or police officers that you know?
negative, but there were 2 names that were brought up as detectives who I may have recognized their name. I used to teach Sunday school, ran the Sunday school in the city of Detroit 25 years ago or more. One of them probably is still the same person, but I would have no idea what they're doing today. I have not seen them since they were children.
Okay. And would those relationships affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
No.
Can you remember their names?
I do. The first one was Jelani Dew, and the second was Larry Davis. And again, Jelani with a name like that, it's probably the same, but as far as Larry, I don't know.
We anticipate either of those would be called?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Detective Dew would be called briefly, yes.
But not Mr. Davis? And let's assume, just for the sake of discussion, Mr. Dew were called. Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
No, I'd probably say, hello, how are you? But as I say, I've not seen these since they were children, and I'm impartial as far as that goes, yes.
Okay.
They were nice young men.
Okay, fair.
Oh, you did ask about things. I did have a purse stolen once. And as far as blood and gore, I do things like vasovagal syncope if I cannot escape a situation. Took a long time to discover what that was, but if I can't get out of the blood and the gore, I can faint. It's been a while since I've done that because I avoid that. But it's called vasovagal syncope.
So I think typically, I'm not exactly sure what sort of evidence is going to be introduced, but typically there are photographs of the deceased, obviously they're not going to be alive, and, they may show some injuries, but they're usually very clinical. In other words, there's not a lot of blood or gore, they're medical photos that show that, a person who's deceased. Is that something that you think is going to cause a problem for you?
I would hope not. As long as I can control that, keep my blood sugar up. But actually seeing something like that, that might be a problem for me. I mean, as far as it actually happening. Photographs, I'm not sure of. I remember when OJ was going to trial, they were showing stuff on the TV and I left the room.
And have you ever been close friend or family member ever been a victim of a crime? You said a purse snatching?
Purse snatching over 30 years ago. I can't think of anyone else.
All right. Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
No,
Do you know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison?
I believe that a friend of my older brother spent some time in a work release program for driving under the influence. That was many years ago too.
All right. And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case?
No,
Anything else you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far?
not that I can think of.
Ms. Cooper?
Ms. Horn, I think you said that you worked as a secretary. What kind of firm did you work as a secretary for?
It was at Wayne State University.
At Wayne State University? Did you have anything to do with the criminal justice programs there or the law school?
Negative. I did take a criminal justice class once.
Okay.
It was very interesting.
Just because you were interested? Not,
It was an elective, yes.
so back like college
Oh, a
time?
long time ago.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to talk about how long ago college was, right? Okay. And I didn't mean to give the impression that there was going to be anything particularly gory. I don't mean that. But some people do react to the sight of blood. So we're trying to get at, is just the sight of blood going to be something that causes you to faint or?
Well, it could be a brain working on pain. And if I know that something like that is coming, I tend to vacate the room. That doesn't always act that way. But for one example, I know that when John Wayne was getting shot and the blood was coming out, it was the only movie that he was killed. I don't know what happened.
Okay, because you passed out.
And it has been like that for those types of movies if I can't avoid it. So that's why I avoid them.
Now, there is no video in this case.
Good.
Okay, so it will only be photographs. And that will include any photographs of the body of the deceased victim. And there will also be photographs of the scene where there is some blood trail. So again, small drops of blood, it's color, but again, to me, they're not particularly gruesome, but I need to know if that's really going to be something that you can't tolerate.
It sounds like I ought to be able to do that. Not.
But we're not talking about odds, you know, we don't want anybody feeling over. So if you think that that's a likelihood, then we need to know that now. That's fair.
Well, as I say, I cannot be sure, but I hope not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, sir.
Mr. Jordan?
Ms. Warren, who were the two people, the names that you said that you recognized?
Jelani Jew and a Larry Davis.
And this would have been, if they're the people that you think they are, you would have taught Sunday school to them, what, almost like 2 decades ago, 20 years ago?
Probably closer to a quarter of a century.
And you said that if you were to see them, you would say, oh, hi, and you said that they were nice men.
They were very nice young men at the time. They were in 3rd, 4th grade. I ended up running the Sunday school, so they may have been a little older the last time I saw them, but it's been a good long time, like 28 years.
Nevertheless, if somebody were to say whether they were honest young men or honest men, from what your experience is, you would have to say they were honest, correct?
I would.
Okay, so you would say that you've kind of formulated an opinion about one of the witnesses before the trial has even started. That would be fair to say.
I guess so, but I'm trying to go along with everybody is on the level. We haven't made any judgments.
Well, actually, you kind of have, because you said they're nice men, correct?
Well, they were nice men.
Thank you.
Young men.
Thank you. I have another question. Thank you, Ms. Warren.
All right, challenges for cause?
Yes, for cause, Judge.
Your Honor, in light of my last questions and also to be on this side, the err on the side of caution, Ms. Horn has been very articulated what may occur. And again, it may occur, but I think we should err on the side of caution. So for the 2 reasons, I can't pronounce what it is that caused you to faint. But secondly, because she has formulated an opinion about one of the witnesses already, even though it's a good opinion. So I'd ask that she be struck for caution.
I don't have any objection.
All right, please find out of jury summary.
Aisha Renee Butts. Last name spelled B as in boy, UTTS. Will you kindly take juror seat number 1?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm a stay-at-home mom. I'm married, have 3 children, and my husband is a supervisor. I can't think of the company name, but for a warehouse.
For a warehouse?
Yeah, logistics.
Okay. All right. And how far have you gone in school?
12th grade.
All right. And have you served on a jury before?
No.
Do you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about it.
We don't talk about it. I'm
But, I
close
mean,
to him though.
Right, but is it a police officer, is
Yeah,
it a lawyer?
he's a Detroit police officer.
All right. Do you recognize the police officer as one of the witnesses that were identified?
No.
Okay. And do you talk to that person much about his or her work?
No.
Could you ask what the relationship was?
What's the relationship between you and the officer?
Oh, he's my cousin.
Okay. And would that relationship affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Any other people that you know who are members of law enforcement, attorneys, or judges?
No. That's it.
Okay. Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Please tell us a little bit about it.
My brother, he was shot and killed when I was 18. So it was about 20 years ago.
Sorry to hear that. Now, was anybody ever charged?
Yes.
And were you a witness?
No.
All right. And based upon what you observed, do you think that was a fair trial?
Well, my dad never let us be a part of that part, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. All right. Understanding it's a very tragic circumstance. Does that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
And you've never been convicted of a crime?
No.
Do you know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison?
Yes, I know a couple.
All right. Are they close friends or family members?
Family members, one is an uncle, one is a cousin.
All right. And were you there for the trials in those cases?
My uncle, I was too young. My cousin, yeah, I was old enough to understand.
All right. Did you observe any part of the trial?
No.
And based upon what you know, do you think that your cousin was treated fairly?
Because of the law itself, yeah, I have to say yeah, because there wasn't anything they could do to change it, because the law is law.
Right. And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case?
I'm not sure.
Please, why aren't you sure?
Because my beliefs are that I am not in charge of any human being. I'm not that person to pass judgment on anyone.
All right, so let me just sort of explain the role of the juror, okay?
Okay.
The people are going to present evidence. The evidence comes in the form of witnesses who may have seen something, photographs, reports. It could be a whole host of things, right? And their job, Ms. Cooper's job, is to try to prove to you that Mr. Clemens is guilty of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. So as a juror, you sit as the fact finder. You determine, based upon what the evidence that you hear in this courtroom, the evidence that has been admitted, whether you believe that those elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You are the fact finder. So if somebody's sitting here in the witness chair, you listen to what he or she says and determine whether or not they're telling the truth in whole or in part. All right? And at the end of the day, you're not deciding whether or not Mr. Clemens is a good person or a bad person. Your job is to determine whether or not he violated the law. That's it.
Okay.
right? And then depending on what happens, just assuming for the sake of discussion that he's convicted, and I'm not saying he should be, right? Then it's up to the judge to decide what the sentence would be, if in fact there is a conviction, right? Understanding that, do you think you can serve as a juror?
Yeah.
All right. So if Ms. Cooper were to prove the facts in your belief beyond a reasonable doubt, you wouldn't have any issue with convicting. Assuming that she did, right? We don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
Is that a yes or no?
It's yes.
All right. And likewise, if she doesn't prove the elements of each charge beyond a reasonable doubt, could you find Mr. Clemens not guilty?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything you think we should know that has been discussed so far?
No.
Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no questions for
Ms. Cooper?
I do. Ms. Butts, you indicated that you had a cousin and an uncle who had contact with the criminal justice system.
Yes.
In a negative way, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Were they both convicted?
Yes.
And what were the crimes?
My uncle was murder and my cousin was rape.
Okay. And I think you made a comment that because of the way the law is written, your cousin was convicted.
Yeah. Yes, because of the law he was convicted, not because of what he did. I mean, yeah, the law.
All right. And did you felt, I'm guessing that you felt some unfairness about that.
Well, you can't change the law, but it was unfair because the person that was involved lied.
I see. Okay. And was there a jury trial in that case?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you hold the jury responsible for not seeing that those were lies?
Oh, no, I did not.
Okay. And you hesitate strongly when the judge asks you whether you can actually sit in judgment of Mr. Clemens. We need to know that you can do that. And you hesitate every time you've been asked. So I need to know truly. I mean, it's not, there's no right or wrong answers here. It's just, it may be that you're not right for this jury. You may sit on another jury. But I need to know that if you listen to the evidence that comes from the witness stand and you're convinced that Mr. Clemens shot and killed somebody and wounded somebody else, you can convict him of the crime.
Yes.
Okay. But you still hesitate. And
Right.
The question is why?
I guess that will all just fall back on my religious beliefs of just not being the judge over someone else's destiny, I guess, if that's for the lack of a better word.
Right, and that's fair. I understand that you may have a religious belief that prevents you, but if you do have a religious belief that prevents you from sitting, then we need to know.
Well, I also believe that the truth is the truth.
Okay.
So if that's the case, then it's the truth. Like, can't avoid the truth of what happened.
You understand that all of us live in communities under a social contract, that we agree that we won't break laws so that we can all live peacefully together, right? And when someone violates that social contract, in our system, we have juries that make an ultimate determination about facts.
Yes.
Whether they believe that someone did or didn't break the law, correct?
Mhm.
And put that way, can you put aside your religious beliefs, which may be fundamental and deeply held for you? And again, there's something wrong with that. Put that aside in order to judge this case, because if you cannot, just tell us now.
I should be okay. And I say that because if it is, or if he did what the evidence say or anything else, like, you should be held responsible for your actions.
Right, and again, you can go ahead and set aside your personal religious beliefs and your philosophy and go ahead and make that judgment of another human being, because that's the system that we live in, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Any challenges for cause?
None on behalf of Mr. Clemens, Your Honor.
As for cause, Judge.
Right, peremptory challenges.
Let me ask Mr. Clemens, would like to take an excuse during seat number 5, Mr. Salon.
Please return to the jury assembly room. Ms. Cooper,
Yes, I thank and excuse Ms. Clutz in seat number 1.
Stephanie Monique Smith, last name spelled Smith. Will you kindly take juror seat number 1? Edmund Michael Bosas, last name spelled B as in boy, Osas. Will you kindly take juror seat number 5?
morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm single, no kids. I do childcare.
And how far have you gone in school?
12.
Right, and morning, Mr. Bosas. Did I say that right?
Bosas, yeah.
Okay. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Pardon me?
Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Married, wife's a dental hygienist. I'm a electrical instrumentation, skilled trades. I have 3 kids and I have some college.
All right. Have either of you served on a jury before?
Yes,
Mr. Bosas?
yes,
What kind of case was it?
with a criminal.
And did you reach a verdict?
I was one of the alternatives.
Oh, one of the alternates?
That were released.
Okay. And you weren't called back?
No,
Okay. Any other juries that you served on?
That
Was
was
that
it.
one time?
that was it.
Okay. Either of you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement? Ms. Smith?
Through marriage, my cousin is a judge.
Okay, and who's that?
Bridget Officer.
I'm sorry?
Judge Bridget Officer.
Now, what jurisdiction is that in?
That's Highland Park.
Okay. And do you talk to your cousin?
No.
And would that relationship affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? No relationships?
No,
Okay. Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime?
yes.
Mr. Bosas?
One friend, his stepdaughter was murdered, and her husband was murdered in a house invasion. And one of my good friends up north were murdered.
Okay. And how long ago did those cases occur?
The one up north was 2005, and the other one was 2018.
And were you a witness in either case?
No,
And did you follow those cases closely?
yes,
And would either of those unfortunate circumstances affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
I don't think so.
Have either of you ever been convicted of a crime?
No.
You know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison?
Yes,
Ms. Smith?
My uncle, he's out now, but he was in prison my whole life.
And you know what it was for?
Drugs.
Based upon what you know, do you think he was treated fairly?
Yes.
Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Mr. Bosas?
it was DUI and bar fights, but basically just friends.
All right. And did you follow their cases closely?
Hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay. And based upon what you know, do you think they were treated fairly?
yes,
Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
no,
Either of you have any religious or philosophical beliefs you think will prevent you from serving as a juror in this case?
no,
Of all the questions asked so far by Ms. Cooper and Mr. Jordan, would either of you have answered any of those questions differently than just about everybody else?
No.
Anything you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far?
no.
Mr. Jordan?
I have no questions for these witnesses. Thank you.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes, Ms. Smith, yeah, are you a Detroiter?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any strong feelings about the status of shootings in the city?
There are too many.
And do you have, as a result, do you have feelings about that? Fear for your own safety, fear about being downtown, anything like that?
I mean, I fear for my safety, but that's everywhere.
Okay, so that's not limited to
No,
where we are or what we're doing here.
no, I'm just a general anxious person.
Are you an anxious person?
Yeah.
And do you think your anxiety would in any way prevent you from being open to the evidence in this case?
No.
Okay. You're not squeamish. You can look at photos, it will be okay. Yeah. And Mr. Bosis,
Yes.
you indicated that there were at least 2 murder cases in your background with friends. Is that right? And I assume those are very tragic incidents
Yes.
for you. And is there anything about the experience that you've been through already that would make you either more likely or less likely to want to be on this jury?
I don't think so.
Tell us more
Um,
about that.
They didn't have enough evidence
In one of the cases?
in both of them.
So they were both found not guilty?
Right.
And how did that leave you feeling?
Not too good.
But again, you've heard us talk about the burden of proof and the presumption of innocence, and you understand that there has to be enough evidence to
Right,
convict someone, right?
Yep.
And you don't have any problem holding me to that burden and making sure that whatever evidence you hear is sufficient to find somebody guilty. You can do that, yes?
Yep.
Do you have any belief that you can't, or that you have any hesitation in doing that?
No.
No further questions, thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
Do we have, as far as questions, I don't have any.
Okay.
Pass for caution.
All right.
Pass for caution.
All right, peremptory challenges?
Your Honor, it's my turn. I would like to thank the speaker and seat number 2, Ms. Kapori.
Any others?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Cooper?
I would like to thank an excused juror on seat number 11, Mr. Nelson.
Alicia Roselle Williams.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor. I had to look over my notes. May we approach this briefly, Your Honor?
Ladies and gentlemen, there's something I need to take up outside of your presence, so I could ask you to step out in the hallway for a few minutes. It shouldn't take very long, and we'll head right back. All right. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I believe that there were 4 African-American jurors that were seated. And they were in seats number 5, 11, seat number 1, and seat number 6. I struck juror in seat number 6, Ms. Green. Madam Prosecutor has stricken jurors in seats number 5, 11, and 1. I did not make a Batson challenge after she had sought to strike juror in seat number 1, Ms. Butts, because I thought the record was clear as to why she would want Ms. Butts off of the jury. But with respect to the last African-American male that she struck, I believe it's appropriate for me to now raise a Batson challenge, as I do not believe that, well, essentially, I don't think I need to say more than that, Your Honor. I believe now Madam Prosecutor will have to articulate why she was struck, if you believe I've met the threshold. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Cooper.
Yes, Judge. This juror in seat number 5, Mr. Rayford, was a student, and he didn't give any inappropriate answers to questions. However, as time went on, he wasn't paying any attention to what was going on in the courtroom. And that was noticed both by the OIC and by myself. So again, there was a legitimate reason for dismissing Mr. Rayford when we still had plenty of jurors left in the array to replace him. Likewise, the juror in seat number 11, while his answers to some questions were more problematic, I did not dismiss him, being conscious of the fact that he is an African American. However, again, as time has gone on, as we have sat here over the course of the morning, it seems his attention is not fully on this case. And I think that's a legitimate reason, even though this case may be short, we need people who are going to pay attention. And that's my concern. Ms. Butts, as the court will recall, made some very questionable responses. And I think that that was a legitimate, under any circumstances, there was no objection from the defense regarding Ms. Butts' dismissal from this case.
Well, I think everybody recognizes that Aisha Butts was very hesitant and indicated that she would have some difficulty sitting in judgment of people. So I'm not entirely surprised, because she did hesitate quite a bit and seemed to vacillate about whether or not she could hold somebody accountable, assuming that the elements of each charge were proved beyond a reasonable doubt. As it relates to Mr. Rayford and Mr. Nelson, but let me just say, with regard to Mr. Nelson, I do think there was some evidence that he was not really paying full attention. I guess I didn't notice the same thing of Mr. Rayford, but at this point, I don't think there's been a concerted effort on behalf of this Cooper to systematically have African Americans removed from the jury. So for those reasons, I'm going to deny the Batson challenge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call back to the jury.
Judge, do you have me at 8 or 7?
I have you at 7.
I thought I was at 7 too.
There's 8. I'll go back and count.
Maybe I missed one, but I have Ms. Cooper at 5 and you at 7. Let me try to think. Who was the last one?
I have, if you have mine by numbers, I have that I've struck 6, 3, 3, 3, 1.
Hold on, we've got the jury.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
She was called, she was the juror, I think it was called.
Oh, okay. Oh, sure. Okay, have a seat. You're, okay. All right. Yes. All right, please be seated.
Erin Rose Carballo, the last name spelled C-A-R-B as in boy, A-J-O. Will you kindly take seat, jersey number 11?
Good morning, Ms. Williams. Oh, actually, afternoon, sorry. Please tell us a little about yourself.
I'm a registered nurse, been registered nurse for 36 years, education, nursing education, working at a community college in Detroit. And no children.
All right, and how far did you go in school?
I have 2 master's degrees and 1 bachelor's degree.
Very good. And this, is it Carbajo?
Yeah.
Please tell us a little about yourself.
I'm married. I'm a radiation therapist. My husband's a warehouse manager. We have 2 children, and I have a bachelor's degree.
Okay. Have you, either of you served on a jury before?
Yes.
Ms. Carbajo?
It was, what were the 2 options? What were the 2 options for the types of cases?
So there's civil, and then there was just money involved, or
Right.
criminal.
Criminal. We did reach a verdict, and I was not the one.
Okay. Do either of you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement?
I know individuals in law enforcement and as well as jury.
Okay. Do you recognize any of the names that were identified so far? And you said members of law enforcement, are these people you work with routinely? All right. And do you talk to them much about their work? Would any of those relationships affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime? Ms. Carbajo?
My brother-in-law and niece were hit by a drunk driver. My brother-in-law was injured in that accident.
Sorry to hear that.
My brother-in-law and niece were were hit by a drunk driver. My brother-in-law was injured in that accident.
Thank you.
All right, sorry to hear about that. But I think that case is very different, although tragic. Do you think you could still be fair and impartial in this case? Okay. Have either of you ever been convicted of a crime?
No.
You know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison? Ms. Williams?
Person at church. Personal relationship.
Did you know what kind of case it was?
No, I just know that it was a situation. It's been a while.
Okay, so I take it you didn't follow it closely. Do you have any opinion about whether or not they were treated fairly? Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Okay. Either of you have any religious or philosophical beliefs you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case? Of all the questions asked so far, would you have answered any of them any differently than anybody else? And is there anything you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far? Ms. Cooper?
Miss Williams, you said you're an RN, and did you ever work in the ER?
No.
What kind of work were you mostly doing years of service?
Years of service in the hospital. I was one nurse on most oncology unit. I was a supervisor, so I was after that. So I was a long time.
Okay, but no particular time that you spent in or dealing with gunshot wounds or anything?
No,
Okay.
not really.
Okay. I'm sure you're not sweet. No. Can't be after how many years as a nurse? Okay. And Ms. Carballo, indicated that you work in radiation therapy. Do you work in a hospital setting?
No, ambulatory setting.
Okay. So outpatient, people come in outpatient and get photographs taken. That's your job.
We do cancer treatment.
Ah, okay. Okay. And likewise, you're not going to have any problem with pictures of blood? No, no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Jordan?
No questions, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Challenges for cause.
Pass for cause, Judge.
Pass for cause, Your Honor.
Peremptory challenges.
None for the people.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Clemens, I need to clarify something first, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Clemens, we would like to thank and excuse jurors in seats number 13, 14, and 8.
Five, six, seven, eight.
You're right. Okay, thank you. Please return down to the jury assembly room.
Jafari Angelique Allen, last name spelled Alan. Could you kindly take juror seat number 8? Lee Edward Denny, last name spelled D as in door, Enny. Could you kindly take juror seat number 13? Alanud Yaya Duma, last name spelled D as in door, E-U-M as in Mary, A-H. Could you kindly take juror seat number 14?
Please spell that last name, Madam Clerk.
D-E-U-M-A-H.
Good afternoon, Miss Allen. Can you please tell us a little about yourself?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm a full-time student in California. I'm single, no kids.
How far have you gone in school?
So far, just,
And do you have a job?
no, not currently.
Mr. Denny?
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Denny. I'm 20 years old. I'm single. I have no children. At the moment, I'm not employed. I don't have a job at the moment.
And how far have you gone in school?
I graduated high school.
All right, thank you. And is it Miss Duma? Did I say that right?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Single, no kids, high school diploma, and work as a pharmacy technician.
And many of you served on a jury before. Do you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, and members of law enforcement?
No.
Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime?
Home robbery
I'm sorry?
of my house was robbed.
How long ago was that?
2018. Yeah, 2018.
Sorry to hear about that. Understanding that's very unfortunate, but this is not that kind of case. I think you could set aside, sort of those circumstances and just be fair and impartial in this case. Have any of you ever been convicted of a crime?
No.
You know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison?
Someone I used to hang out with, he's in jail right now because, he was in a DUI and he killed somebody. He was drinking and driving and killed someone.
And did you follow that case closely, Mr. Denning?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it happened in Taylor and he hit someone on Telegraph. That's all I know. All I know is that, basically it was a mom and a daughter and that, yeah, if he went to jail for it, he got convicted.
All right.
That's all I know.
And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs you think will prevent you from serving as a juror in this case?
Yes,
Ms. Duma?
I believe that I can't decide on someone's fate due to my religion. Where this case goes or leads.
All right, so you understand, as I tried to explain before, your job is not to decide whether somebody's a good person or a bad person. As a juror, your job is to decide whether or not Mr. Clemens violated the law, and that's it. All right. And is there anything else you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far? Mr. Gordon's turn.
Ms. Allen, I didn't hear, you said that there was a case in your past, was it a criminal case?
It was a home robbery. It wasn't a case, but that happened to me.
And, that, you were the victim?
Yes,
And did you say that you're currently a student in California?
yes,
So are you on break?
yes, I'm on winter break.
Oh, so if this trial lasts for a couple of days, that won't mess you up for school.
No, I'm actually, yeah.
And what are you studying in California?
Gender studies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Cooper?
I don't think I have any questions. Thank you.
All right. Challenges for cause.
Ms. Duma, Your Honor, seat number 14, I believe.
I don't have any objection.
All right, Ms. Duma, will excuse you for cause. We'll have you back in 60 days and you can serve on a civil jury. All right, any peremptory challenges?
None, Judge.
Your Honor, Mr. Clemens would like to thank you and excuse juror in seat number 4, Mr. Brogan.
Something. Can I ask something?
Sure, ask a question, Judge.
Well,
Yeah.
just, I don't have reliable transportation. My dad drove me here today and he works the rest of the week. So I don't know if that's a factor or thing. But I just wanted to put that out.
All right, well, you have to make arrangements, so taxi, Uber, a ride from a friend. Okay.
Darren Christopher Davenport, last name spelled D-A-V as in Victor, E-N-P-O-R-T. Would you kindly take juror seat number 14? Andrew Robert Disler, last name spelled D-I-S-T-L-E-R. Could you kindly take juror seat number 4? Last name was the last one on the last name, D-I-S-T-L-E-R.
Good morning, Mr. Disler, or afternoon, sorry. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I am married, have one daughter. I am a registered nurse, and I have a bachelor's in nursing.
And Mr. Davenport.
Yes, married, 3 children. I work for AT&T for the last 34 years. My wife is a homemaker. Schooling, 12th grade and 2 years technical school with the associates.
Have either of you served on a jury before?
Yes,
I have as well.
All right, Mr. Davenport, tell us a little about that.
served on 2 criminal cases. One I was heard the case, but I was an alternate. I didn't deliberate on judgment. The second case was a statutory rape case, and it was settled before. A plea was made before we deliberated.
Right, and Mr. Disler?
I served on a civil case. We did reach a verdict, and I was not foreman.
Okay. Either of you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement?
Yes,
Mr. Davenport?
I have a brother who is a Detroit police officer.
Right. Did you recognize any of the names that were identified so far? You talked to your brother much about his work?
No,
And would that relationship affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
no,
Have you or a close friend or family member ever been a victim of a crime?
yes.
Mr. Davenport?
My brother was shot. I had a brother who was shot and a sister who was shot.
Sorry to hear that. Was anybody ever charged?
When my brother, I don't know. I was really young then, and my sister, I don't think so.
Okay. And those are very unfortunate circumstances. Would either of those circumstances affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No,
Have either of you ever been convicted of a crime?
no,
You know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison?
yes.
Mr. Davenport?
My sister's boyfriend was charged with double homicide. He's currently serving time. I had a friend I had on the job who was convicted of murder also, serving time.
And did you follow either of those cases closely?
No, not really.
Do you have any opinions about whether or not those individuals were treated fairly?
No.
No, you don't have any opinion, or?
As far as I followed, they were treated fairly.
Okay, fair enough. And anything about those cases that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Either of you have any religious or philosophical beliefs you think will prevent you from serving as a juror in this case?
No.
Of all the questions asked by Mr. Jordan and Ms. Cooper, would you have answered any questions any differently than just about everybody else?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Anything you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far?
No.
Okay. Ms. Cooper?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Davenport, what is it that you said your wife does, sir?
My wife is a homemaker.
A homemaker?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
No one just for cause?
Pass for cause, Judge.
Ask for comment.
Peremptory challenges?
People have no peremptories at this time.
On behalf of Mr. Collins, I'd like to take an excuse, juror in seat number 5, Mr. Colson.
Please return now to the jury summary.
Wael Shukrihana Kutab. Last name spelled Kuttaab. Will you kindly take juror seat number 5?
Good afternoon. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Wael Kutab. I am married. We live separate. We have 2 houses. My wife, she used to do taxes, but this year I don't know what she's doing because we are not legally separated, but we have 2 houses.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have any kids?
No,
And,
she have kids.
okay. And what did you say you did for a living?
Me, I work at Amazon.
All right. And what do you do at Amazon?
I'm loader semis.
All right. And how far did you go in school?
Hmm?
How far have you gone in school?
How far I go?
In school? What's your highest level of education?
When I came, I finished high school back home.
Okay.
Yeah,
Have you served on a jury before?
never.
All right. Do you have any close friends or family members who are attorneys, judges, or members of law enforcement?
No.
Do you know any? Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim?
What?
Have you, a close friend or family member, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
No.
Do you know anybody who's been convicted of a crime and served time in jail or prison?
No.
Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that you think would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case?
I don't like to hunt. I am Christian conservative. Like sometimes it's hard to pass judgment. Like I came from different culture. This is my first time like bring citizen here and to hear what's happened and to pass it. For me, it's like I'm telling you, I will be honest on my judgment, but this is like for me, but this is the American way, you know. And I've been here 15 years. Like I have no problem with it. Like every country, they have their own rules. And as American citizen, proud American citizen, I will listen. And if I didn't understand the words, I will ask. It's no problem. Like it's better. I don't like to say yes. And sometimes I grew up in Lutheran school. We study English good from kindergarten, but our first language, it used to be English after German. That's why, you know, and Arabic.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, I mean, understanding as a juror, your job is not to decide whether Mr. Clemens is a good person or a bad person, is to decide whether or not he violated the law, whether or not that's been proven, right?
Yeah, but the problem is I came here 36 years old. Like in my country, we don't have Miranda. Like many people, they lost their life just from the house. They pull them out to the jail. That's why we have NGOs from United States. They come here and they teach the Miranda, you know, like, but I will adapt. I like to learn.
Okay. But I guess my question is, do you have any religious beliefs that you think would prevent you from deciding whether or not Mr. Clemens is guilty or not guilty?
No.
Okay.
No.
Is there anything you think we should know that hasn't been discussed so far?
No.
Jordan?
Mr. Katal,
Mm-hmm.
do you understand that Madam Prosecutor, she has to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt before you can find Mr. Clemens guilty? Do you understand that?
What she need to prove?
She has to prove all the facts of the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that concept?
Yes, I was listening before when they explained reason and doubt. It's mean reason with doubt. Am I right?
Yes. A reason why you are doubtful, but it has to be reasonable.
Reasonable.
You understand?
Yeah, like my doubt, it should be reasonable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like when I gave the example of standing in front of a jury and arguing, and I said, would you be convinced that I was a lawyer? Most people would say yes, because I'm arguing in front of a jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, sir.
Mhm.
If you were to have to render a verdict right now, if you were chosen as a juror, and you had to come back with a verdict right now, would you come back with guilty or not guilty right now?
No, I can't judge right now, guilty or not guilty. I have to.
You have
see
to hear the
evidence.
facts,
I have
correct?
to look for the facts and listen to two parties because this is what American justice is.
But right now, do you understand that Mr. Clemens is presumed innocent right now?
Yeah.
So right now,
He's innocent.
so right now, if you had to render a verdict right now without hearing any evidence, what would your verdict be?
Right now, he's innocent,
So it'd be not guilty right now.
not guilty,
And it would stay that way unless Madam
proven
Prosecutor
guilty.
proves it beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yeah.
correct?
I see lots of movies before I came to America. Believe me.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel, what country are you from?
I am from West Bank. You can call it Israel, Palestine, but like,
depends on the
yeah,
day, right?
like
Okay.
it's heard somebody here we call it West Bank.
Okay.
I am
And-
from part where not Gaza and West Bank.
Okay. And you described experiences in your life back in your country where people might get snatched out of their houses and thrown in jail,
Not all the time, but
but
sometimes,
sometimes.
sometimes.
And there was no real process of justice, right?
No Miranda.
Right. No Miranda amongst many other things,
Yeah.
right? No juries either,
No
right?
jury. Yeah.
Right. You didn't have a group of citizens deciding if somebody was guilty.
No.
Some judge somewhere could just bang the gavel and somebody's gone, right?
Yeah.
But there's a huge difference between what you may have experienced and what we're doing here.
Of course.
Okay. And that's a good thing, right?
Mhm.
Yes, yes? Okay. And you indicated that you spoke Arabic first, German second, and English third.
No, what happened, Lutheran school mandatory is German, but English from kindergarten, you start studying German after when you be 8 years old, but English mandatory English after I went with the German. I don't like this pronunciation, like ich spreche Deutsch nicht sehr gut. That's why I said I want English, stay in English.
Okay.
Yeah, focus
So
on English.
you've been here, you said 15 years?
Maybe more, like 17.
Okay.
2006, I came to the United States.
Okay. And you've heard a lot of words today,
Mhm.
and have those been difficult for you to understand?
Sometimes I will ask. I will not pass it like just
Okay.
nod my head.
Okay, so you do have some difficulty understanding the concepts or the words that we've talked about today here in court.
Accent. But
Okay.
when it's come to linguistics, I am good.
Okay, it's just, well, let me ask you this. When people just speak in sort of street language versus book language,
Yeah,
that's when you have some trouble, right?
yeah, because our curriculum is Oxford,
Right.
British.
So it's very formal,
Yeah,
but
formal.
people don't talk like that
Yeah,
in real life, right?
Mhm.
So you have more difficulty when people are just speaking in everyday vernacular language.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so that's more difficult for you.
yeah, like when I said what up though, like I work with African Americans, they are my friends. I work at Sears, and like what you tell me first time, and after I start to know, like it's a slang.
I understand.
Right. Yeah.
So, so that slang is a little bit tougher though for you than formal English.
Yes.
And while you want to learn, you'd understand that if a witness is talking, it's going to be hard for you to interrupt them to repeat themselves.
No, I interrupt.
Oh, you
I am a
would?
little
Okay.
bit stubborn. I don't let it pass.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Judge.
Challenges for cause.
Reluctantly, Mr. Knapp, I think is a very smart man, but I think that the English difficulty could be problematic. We do have a number of civilian witnesses who will be speaking from the witness stand, and I think that could be problematic for him.
And I would concur with that, although I would say that I do appreciate Mr. Katab's honesty. He seems like he really wants to sit on the jury, which I appreciate, but I do think it would be best. to do this with-
Okay, well, reluctantly, I'll grant the motion for cause. I think obviously it's great to have people who are willing to serve, even with language barriers. A lot of times people don't like to serve, and they come up with a lot of academic reasons why they shouldn't serve. So reluctantly, I'll grant the motion for cause. Mr. Kutawa, if you could please return now to the jury assembly.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your candor. peremptory challenges,
Ask questions.
Pass for cause.
peremptory challenges.
None for the people. Judge.
All right, at this point, it's 12:40. We're gonna resume, let's say, 150, with jury selection. We're almost done, folks. We're getting there.
Can I fill that seat now?
Sure.
Let me fill that.
Joseph Len Parker. Will you kindly take juror seat number 5?
You don't have to take it just yet. Just remember, sir, you're gonna be sitting in seat number 5. We'll see everybody here at 1:50. We'll resume jury selection at the time. Those of you in the gallery, you need to return. All right, we'll see you then.
Your Honor, obviously, the jurors know that we can't talk to them, so it seems like we're kind of rude when we walk by without saying anything. Please, guys.
So that's part of the instructions. You can't be talking to either party. So if you see them in the hallway and they ignore you, it's not because they're being rude, it's because they're following rules of professional conduct.
Thank you.
David, could you get Mr. Molnar here?
I guess, well, everybody.
Mr. Whitson will be right with you.
It's just hard to know. I understand, but if I let him go.
I don't know, I get it, no, I understand.
Is Molnar coming?
I left him a message, Judge, and sent him an email. He just emailed me, so he's gotta be there.
Maybe, I don't know.
Order terminating on back, but nothing doesn't.
Sign that.
Oh, sorry. I think this one is only signed once he appears. So when a file will be set.
I think that's your motion, right?
Yeah, I have to sign this and then I'm gonna, I have to take these down. Once I get the sealed, like,
Is that the only one you have?
I have two. I am, but. what do you-
Well, is there a different person? Oh, this is the same person.
No, this is the same one. I made two copies.
I got you. Okay.
You had a question, so I could read along with you.
Okay.
I will bring up the court file once I receive it. I think what I'm supposed to do, I'm gonna put on the court file. I think you're hearing this case, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Sign Judge Cox's docket.
Yeah, he recused himself today from all my cases, so.
I got you.
Yeah. But thank you, I appreciate it.
No problem. Attorney Woodson, are you there?
Yes, Lenny.
And where's your client?
I am not certain. I did, when I found out about the date, I did send him a text. I didn't get a response. I do know he works for Customs and Border Patrol, so I'm not certain if he's on assignment right now.
Right, well, I mean, I can't have people not show up. So, you need to let him know that he needs to be here at 1:50. If he's not here at 1:50, I'm gonna issue a capias. Sure that will go well with the player.
Okay, I will let him know now. I'll give him another.
All right,
Okay,
thanks.
thank you.